Hello, everybody. Good, well, slightly earlier afternoon than usual. Good morning to people who are in America, I guess, or any place where, it's not afternoon, I guess. Give me a sec. I need an linky. Hmm. So I'm basically trying to fix a loose screw in my mic. There we go. Ah, much better. Hell yeah. Okay, so yeah, today I have two main tasks. Investigating I don't know why YouTube stops working in bork chat very quickly. For example, right now this is not showing YouTube chat because, hello, by the way, people on YouTube. So this is not showing YouTube chat because I think I disabled it as I was testing. Hey, Julia, hello. But yeah, we need to investigate why it gives me annoying information. So here's one thing that I can do, I guess. We can try to look at the YouTube API again. YouTube Live Chat API. It's been a long time since I watched this stuff, but that's what I was consulting originally when implementing it. So for example, where is it? Live chat message. So I guess Google Developer Program. Okay, relax, dude. Relax. By the way, here's another theory. I'm using like a development application or something, so maybe I need to publish it to get longer lived tokens, but it seems weird though that that's the case. So let's see, supported operations. Okay, this API is not really helping me much. Let's go at here. Is this the one that says also how long to poll? Text message details. Author details. No, okay, so this is basically, this is part of what's inside the live streaming API, I guess. .404, sorry we couldn't find the page. Oh my god, okay. What is this? Why is this a different entry? Oh, this seems... Okay, this seems slightly better version of what I was looking at before. Yeah, next page token. Rate limit exceeded. So what's happening in our case? What was happening in our case? Oh, page token. Bounded array. Searching. If we do find, then we attach, I guess, to a given some kind of ID. Once we're attached, we keep using page token.slice, right? How do we update the page token though? Let's take a look if we do that correctly. So we send a request. And if the response is okay, we set the page token to 0, and then we append messages to the next page token. Right. So we seem to be doing that stuff correctly. Like, I don't see anything wrong with what I'm doing here. So yeah, the only thing that comes to mind is that this freaking authorization token truly becomes stale. But why? Like, has anybody else experienced this weird behavior? Oh. That's a different problem. Should I ask an LLM for help? Maybe we should look at how I implement authentication in the first place. So network OAuth. This is Twitch stuff. This is Google stuff. Okay. KX2. So we have create token, but I don't see what I do in terms of. I guess I don't have any like explicit refresh thing. Maybe I need to have some kind of explicit refresh workflow from YouTube. But even so, like even if that is the case, the fact that the token expires midway using it, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So something else has to be going on. Let's see what else we can do. I think this is what I opened earlier. No, it's a different one. Getting the unlimited. Oh my god, the fabled unlimited token. Hey Toggle. Hello everybody. Welcome to a beautiful let's debug why my YouTube API usage doesn't work as I expect it to work stream. That's what we're doing right now. So I'm in the process of dusting off my Twitch/YouTube chat client application. And I did. By the way, right now YouTube is not enabled, but I can enable YouTube in here, and it works. The problem is that it turns out that YouTube, after a while, stops working, and it seems that what happens is that the token expires. The problem is that the token expires as we are using it, which is really weird because normally tokens don't expire as you're using them. And I was having trouble understanding, like, where can I even see what am I supposed to do? I know the general concept of saying, you have an auth workflow and then you have a refresh token and you can use the refresh token to, refresh the token. But do they have a way of specifying the token's time to leave when first requesting it? Yeah, good question. But just so that we're clear, this thing has been expiring like 5 minutes after I started using it, which is super weird. Like super ultra weird. So yeah, let's start to see where can we do that. YouTube. Although get out credentials. Let's see. API keys. So I've done this. I guess in my case it's installed apps. Enter APIs for your product. Create client. Okay, honestly, I don't even remember what I created. So can I see? No, this is my Google account. Can I see? I guess I can open here to get me to my Google stuff. Bork. Okay, there's one that is a desktop client and application, and one that is a web application. God damn it. What is the one that I'm actively using? Wow. Where is it? 68H. 68H. So I guess we can trash the one below. Delete. Wait. So they don't make you type the anything related to the resource that you are deleting. They just tell you type delete. This is so funny. It's like they heard that it's a best practice to ask some kind of confirmation, but they kind of miss the key point that you need to ask for confirmation of, like, you want to make the user explicitly confirm that they are deleting the resource they think they are deleting. Whatever. Okay, so here we have bork. Let me turn on the lights. So it's going to be less dramatic now. So we have, let's see, named, authorized JavaScript origins, authorized redirect URLs, client secrets. Yeah. Okay, so this part, I don't know, seems reasonable. Then identify access scopes. In our case, it's like YouTube read only. Obtaining auth access token. Let's see. Generate a code verifier and challenge. Although in my case, it's I guess it's technically a client-side web app. It's not exactly a web app, but I guess that's what I'm doing. So what do we do in this case? Redirect to a Google OAuth server. Yeah. So let's see. Client ID, URI, response type. This needs to be set to token. Okay. Scope. State. Oh, it's like user data that gets repeated around, I guess. Include granted scopes. Let's see. Enables applications to use incremental authorization to request access to additional scopes in context. If you set this parameter to true and the authorization request is granted, then the new access token will also cover any scopes to which the user previously granted the application access. Okay. Enable granular consent. Login hint. And then prompt. A space delimiter case sensitive list of prompts to present the user. If you don't specify this parameter, the user will be prompted only the first time your project requests access. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any time to leave concept. Calling Google APIs. Complete example. Origin validation. Incremental authorization. Revoking a token. They don't even talk about token expiration here, do they? Incremental authorization. Endpoints. Do we also get a refresh token? Oh, expires in. We do get expires in. So at least we're being told. Revoking a token. Yeah, refresh token. You're right. And then how do we refresh the token then? This is, by the way, this is so fucking annoying. But I guess we're gonna need to refresh this bad boy fast, huh? So that means that while we're using it, we need to catch unauthorized replies and turn those into a token refresh, or we refresh preemptively. Maybe that's the play. So in live chat, basically in our loop, we say, you know what, as we're doing all these things, no matter what it is that we're doing, if we have a token and it's about to expire, well, we do have a token, otherwise we wouldn't be here. If the token is about to expire, refresh. It may be they expect you to refresh once when you first get a token. Oh, Jesus. Huh. They don't say that though. They don't even actually mention doing anything with the refresh token at all. Okay, I think I understand what's the path forward. The path forward is now, I would say, probably change bork slightly so that we can have a clean logging. Maybe log the response that I get from YouTube, and then look at what I see and then decide what to do about that, basically. So let me do this. Let's do this. Oh, you know what? Wait. First, though, I have some changes that I made in my Windows version that I now need to get. So okay. Git pull main. Let's look at logging. So we have a logging function that logs to a file. It's basically standard logging, but to a file. We don't have anything that can allow us a com time to toggle different scopes. Although, honestly, I'm not even sure I would like that to happen at runtime. Sorry, at compile time. I would be fine with that happening at runtime. But no, let's keep it comp time for now. So how do we do that in Zine? In Zine, so first of all, in our build script, we need to have this concept, right? So right now we have the concept of local. We have the concept of version. Oh, it's more something more like this, I think. And then we probably want to do options dot add option. Add option and then what? What even is the type that you want to pass? It can be a list of strings. I think it can be an enum. Oh yeah, it can totally be an enum. But it can't be a list of enums, can it? Can I make it a slice of enums? Yes. Yes. I can make it a list of enums. What's my enum though? I can be a list of enum literals, maybe. Can I do this? Oh, if this works, this is hilarious. Yeah, scopes. And then for scopes, we can do it's an options in std.options. What do you mean, Andrew? Are you saying that there is like an already pre-made version of doing this without me needing to implement it all myself? You're right. But that's I'm guessing the default logging option, default logging looks at that, right? Message level as text. If scope is default, no. It's not the login function that does that. Interesting, it's the other ones. Yeah, it's okay. It's the log interface that looks at if log is enabled. Scope levels. Is this so? So the point is that I could specify this in my root file. That's the idea, right? So in my root file, I specify this value, and that allows me to override the log level. Type enum literal level. Oh, this allows me to override the level for each thing. I see. That's more complicated than what I want to do, though. I guess in my case, I just want to enable/disable them. How do we do this? I guess I can do that programmatically. Okay, you know what? This is too much engineering. here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go in logging, and then here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at the scope, and then I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way. When I say if the scope is not yeah, what I want it to be, then return. In my case, what's it gonna be? I want to look at YouTube stuff, right? So I want what does OAuth log as? OAuth logs as OAuth. So I want to see OAuth. And then I want to see live chat, I guess. That's the idea, basically. Also, I have not re-enabled YouTube. I need to re-enable YouTube. Okay. The second problem, though, now is that we are logging both this bork and that bork inside the same file. So here's I think what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna kill bork for now. Apologies, everybody. I can still see you chat, so don't worry. I can see you from the other screen, but this way I don't have spam in my logs. And in here we turn YouTube on. So the Zig run start. That wants me, right? That wants me to update my thing here. Oh, and I guess I need to do that manually. Success. Okay, there we go. Let's see, what do we see here? We see live chat. Live chat. We saw a bunch of other things. Where's OAuth? Are we not logging from OAuth? I guess for now we're only logging live chat, which is not logging a lot. Okay. So now we need to add our logging. What do we do? In the OAuth stage, so I guess in general, when we write down the token, actually we probably don't even want to write down the YouTube token, right? We just want to write down the refresh token. That's what we write down. And then we use that to generate a new token every time we reboot, and every time we think that the token is about to expire. So like token and the expiration and the TTL are both like runtime information. The only information that gets written down is the refresh token. Okay, I guess let's go make that change now. So we, where do we do this stuff? In the request, wait for token, receive head, handle request, maybe auth. This guy returns the token though, based on this. So yeah, this is success. You can return to bork. Arrowbed URI. Oh, this is okay. Like, wait, are we sharing this between Twitch and YouTube? We are, aren't we? Let's see. Switch platform. Oh yeah. So this is shared by both of them, and we switch on the platform to decide what to do. So, well, I guess we can pass down this information to wait for token. It's not platform. What it's called? Oh, it's an inline thing. Okay, so we pass down platform. Create file, close, get this to the in. Create file, truncate through. Oh, this is where we do wait for token. Okay. Okay, so we wait for token. Now we know in which case we are. We pass that down to handle request. And then the message is the same in both cases. We don't care. Like the page, the super simple page is going to be the same, but we do different things, right? So we're looking at the tokenizer and we say, oh, we found access token. So it has to be like this. If, I guess, switch platform. Twitch, we do this. We do this. For Twitch is going to be, sorry, for YouTube is going to be the refresh token. Oh, and this was adding bearer to it. In our case, we put bearer. How do you run a refresh token request? Why do they not even say it here at all? God fucking damn it. Guides, overview. Get our credentials. Is there like a more generic? Okay, more information. Cross client identity, scopes, policies. What's policies? Sure. Handle refresh, token recognition expiration. No, I want refreshing. Where's refreshing? Key takeaways, AI generated. We, with a lot of space between each letter. Okay. To-do. So they don't have. Wait, how can I not have information about how the fuck to refresh your token? Refresh token flow. Thank you. One result. Highlights flow. There's no mention of refreshing. What? How can this be the state of documentation for something both as basic and like as overall kind of simple as OAuth? Scope, include granted scopes. Response type token state, that's a request, right? Server response. This brings me back here. Refresh. Refresh the token is necessary. Let's go. I guess the idea is that in their mind, the refresh token is not a client thing. Token response, validate token validation response. Okay, so interesting, by the way. So exchange code for token. Okay, so how do you validate token? What does the validate token step actually mean in their lingo? And I bet you that they have this concept written there in that flowchart, but they don't actually have it here for real. Handle the server response. Calling Google APIs. Yeah, they don't have. Oh my god, these dogs are terrible. These dogs are absolutely terrible. Like, do I even have a refresh token field? You know what? Let me leak some stuff at this point, I guess. Let me see what's in here. You know what? No. Okay, I want to see it, but I'm gonna try not to leak it too much. Okay, we have access token. Man, it's a very long boy, huh? Then we have token type bearer. Then we have expires in not a lot. I don't have a refresh token in here. So I'm looking at the reply that I'm getting from Google, and there's no refresh token. There's just token bearer, and expires in 3,599 seconds. So the token is supposed to last 1 hour, but it doesn't even last that long. It lasts way shorter than that. At least that was my experience. Test. Like, I don't know. Okay, I was about to complain that, again, that our token had already expired. So maybe it does just last 1 hour. But how am I supposed to refresh it? YouTube, well, Google web app token expiration short. I don't know. Like, how do I even get another one? Access token lifetime. Oh, we're somewhere else in some other fucking dock, completely disconnected from where we were before. But at least there is something in here. By default, access tokens are good for 1 hour. When the access token is expired, your token management code must get a new one. If you need an access token with longer or shorter lifetime, you can use service account to generate access token method to create the token. This method enables you to choose the lifetime of the token with a maximum lifetime of 12 hours. If you want to extend a token lifetime beyond the default, you must create an organization policy that enables this constraint. Token types. Okay, what I'm thinking then is that if that is the case, what I'm thinking is that I need to use a different workflow. Like maybe I need to use a workflow for a server side app or something else. Technically, the closest thing is a mobile/desktop app. Let's see what this one looks like. Enter the SHA1 SHA1 signing certificate fingerprint of the app distribution. Android, iOS, UWP. Enter your app's 12-character Microsoft Store ID. Like, what if I have a normal program and I didn't ask for these people to do that for me? Oh, this label got borked, got stuck in here. Yeah, code verification. No, so we're fine with the web-based flow. It's just that I guess the server side one is also one with a weird flow, right? Yeah, this one assumes that there's like some secret that users are not supposed to know. So even then, I can't put that in the application. So this one is the actual workflow that we want. In our case, it really is the closest to what we want. It's just that it's not giving us a refresh token, and it expires in 60 minutes. So the fuck are we supposed to do? The authorization code flow is the only one which issues refresh tokens, and Google supports this flow in these scenarios. Web server applications, install applications and applications on limited input devices, but not client-side JavaScript applications or service accounts. So you will not get a refresh token that way. Grant offline access. TLDR, set query params to response type code and access type offline. And access type offline. So this gives me a code and a scope. Okay, so this is the server flow type of authorization, which apparently doesn't even require another particular secret. I thought this thing would require you to pass more secrets around. That's normally the case. Yeah, set access type offline. Let's see. Yeah, code. Access type offline. So this is basically the server side web app. Wait, is it really client ID, redirect rule response type? There's no other secret in there? Oh my god, usually this version of the flow has a different thing in it. Okay, I get it. So I do this. This gives me a code. Then let's see what happens afterwards. Yeah, that gives me a code. Exchange authorization code for refresh and access tokens. So I send a post to token. Oh, there we go. Client ID, client secret. But is client secret is client secret something else? It's not a client ID, right? Yeah, it requires a client secret. Which I don't think I'm supposed to give people. I don't think I'm supposed to give people my client secret. Which is annoying. Access tokens periodically expire and become invalid credentials. For a related API request, you can refresh an access token without prompting the user for permission, including when the user is not present. If you requested offline access, the scope association with the token. If you requested offline access, okay. Is there no endpoint to like just extend the lifetime of a token for a while without having to go through this whole clown show? So that gives you an access token that expires in an hour again. But then here's another question then. How do normal YouTube clients show chat show chat messages for more than 1 hour? do they really refresh their token behind the scenes every hour with this workflow? No, they can't. They would have to do a different workflow. Like, I'm so weirded out. I'm really so fucking weirded out. Here's another one. Google YouTube API token extend TTL. User service account. Instead of using your own user account to authenticate. expires in... Usually you refresh it when a request fails, assuming client app flow. Yeah, but the problem with the client app flow is that I don't have the information to refresh it. Like, so the way it would have to work, if I were to implement it that way, according to what Google thinks these things should look like, is that after 1 hour, Bork needs to show you a pop-up that says you have to click this link if you want to keep seeing messages from YouTube. So you click the link and you do again the web browser stuff. That's the only way, because I don't have a refresh token in that flow. And the only way that I can have a refresh token is if I have the web server workflow, web server flow, but that one implies using some kind of secret that I'm not supposed to give clients. I cannot do that. Like this, I cannot do because this requires me putting a secret inside of the Bork application, so giving it to my users that I'm not supposed to give them. The web server, this is the web server workflow, and that one implies that there is a secret that I, as the let's say owner of that web server, have that I do not give to my clients. Server-side web apps. This one implies that the web server, which should be controlled by me, as in the author of this application, not a random user of Bork, implies that I have a secret. You saw that also. Well, you didn't see the secret itself, but you saw that in here. Well, you actually saw the secret. There we go. So here you can see a secret. But I shouldn't, like this one, I should not give to users. You know what? It's fine. This is like a test application. So whatever, nothing bad is going to happen. But I'm not supposed to give this to my users, as far as I understand how OAuth works. And in fact, the way it works is that in theory, the way it should work is that the user gets redirected to Google, and then Google replies with this stuff like OAuth code, etc. Why not just ask the users to get their own application secret? Well, they would have to register. They would have to go into and create a Bork application on Google on their own. Like, sure, it could be done. It's just weird. Like, this should not be necessary. For example, for Twitch, it is not necessary, because for Twitch, you have tokens that like have, I don't know, like reasonable lifespans. This whole thing is so fucking weird. TV and device apps. Create authorization credentials. Let's see what this one gives me. Oh, access tokens. Let's see. So client ID and scopes. Successful response has a device code, a value that Google uniquely assigns to identify the device that runs the app requesting authorization. The user will be authorizing that device from another device with richer input capabilities. For example, a user might use a laptop or mobile phone to authorize an app running on a TV. In this case, the device code identifies the TV. Expires in interval, user code, verification URL, display the user code, poll Google's authorization server. Oh, and this one does give me a refresh token. How are your app users authenticating? Are you opening a browser window for them? I'm doing a OAuth work flow, Kevin. So I generate a URL that asks Google for a given set of permissions, and in that URL, I also specify as a parameter a redirect URL. So after the user is done authenticating and giving permission, then they get redirected by Google to a URL that I originally specified. And then Google attaches to it a bunch of query parameters with with the token and all the other stuff that they want me to know. Me as in the application. So the user then gets redirected there. And for that to work, what I do is that I open a web server, like a local web server, temporarily. And because the redirect URL that I put in, that I give Google, is a localhost link. So I basically tell Google to redirect the user afterwards to localhost port something something, and that's where, and that's basically how I can get information from Google / the browser back into my application. I guess this weirdo workflow is the only suitable one in the end, because the server one implies giving secrets that I shouldn't be giving people. You should get an access token, and then that token you should exchange for access token plus refresh token. You normally cannot trade an access token for a refresh token. It only works the other way around. Or you could have another type of token that you can trade for an access token and refresh token, but that's not what I get from the mobile and so from the JavaScript web app workflow. I don't get, I only get an access token from that one. Access denied, authorization pending, polling too frequently, other errors, calling Google APIs, refreshing an access token. Oh, this one also wants me to pass in a client secret. You know what? So maybe at the end of the day, the client secret is not all that secret. Is that it? Turns out that it's not all that fucking secret, and maybe I'm just worrying about it too much. Because if they're fine with you placing the token secret inside a TV and device app, you're basically giving out the client secret. So it's like, it's not all that secret in the end. You should try to keep it secret. Well, they don't seem particularly interested in that, because they're fine with you placing it inside a device application. So yeah, it seems not too bad. Okay, then fuck it. We do the web server one, and we say whatever. Whatever. So this is going to be code. It's not going to be bear anything. We just dupe it at this point, right? So we dupe the value, and that's what we return. So let's change also the URL request from response type token to response type code, and access equals offline. So this is going to be the new Google Auth request. So then we put that inside YouTube token. That's what we return in general. The only missing piece is the fact that when we do actually want to interact with YouTube, we need to... No, this is wrong. I can't do that because what I want to write down is not the access token. What I want to write down is the refresh token. So I need to do more. After I get the access token, so not the access token, the code, the something code, I need to turn that into a refresh token and an access token. Oh my god. I'm so confused. I would expect Google to let you use the implicit grant flow for a client app. It does. But then I can't refresh. And the token expires in 1 fucking hour. That's the core problem. This is what I have right now, by the way. This is what I'm using right now with bork. Like this bork here. Let's see. Are we still working with... Is YouTube working still? Test. Yeah, so YouTube is still working. I sent this on YouTube and it worked. But in, I don't know, half an hour, I don't know how long I've been keeping this on. In a while, this is gonna poop itself. And I'm gonna start getting errors from Google. Or that's already the case. Bad reply. The request cannot be completed because you have exceeded your YouTube getting started quota. Quota exceeded. What? How have I exceeded quota, man? That is so weird. So does that mean that we actually failed? Is that it? Test again. So we're not gonna see test again because we errored out. So it was working fine. And then we errored out with that. Quota exceeded. After using it for what, like 1 hour? So is it like looping weirdly? Sorry, let me add some. Oh man, so I'm in the middle of changing things, so this is not gonna work. Let me think about it for a moment. Yeah, okay, no, we need to make this work with the new approach, and then we'll see. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this code, and then I need to turn this code into a refresh token. It's the only way. It's the only way. So how do we turn a code into a refresh token? I guess I'll follow this guide here. Authorization code. Here's what the full name of that thing is. It's an authorization code, and we want to turn that into a token. So we want to post to /token. Well, we want to Yeah, I guess it's supposed to slash token. I think this stuff can also be put inside the inside Query parameters. So it's going to be the code, client ID, client secret, also redirect URI. What? Google responds with this request by returning a JSON object that contains a short-lived access token and a refresh token. Why am I specifying a redirect URI then, man? Why? Whatever, let's do the extra call and see what happens. So I guess I need an HTTP client here. I'm going to copy some code from live chat. GPA, I guess. Then what else? We want to do a fetch request. So tokens, well, defer it.init. Tokens is going to be location. Location is going to be, I guess I want to put it up here, I guess. By the way, oh, there we go. This fucking thing. Okay. And what else do you want? Client ID and client secret. Okay. And redirect URI. And then client secret, which apparently is not that secret anymore. Wasn't meant to be all that secret after all. Then what else do you want? Grant type refresh token. So wait, what? No. That's not it. Server side thing. Yeah, I was doing it wrong. Sorry. This is it. Client ID, client secret, the code, grant type, authorization code. Okay. And then redirect URI. I think this needs to be, yeah, it needs to have a parameter given to it. Authorization code and code equals, and then we need to place it in there, I guess. I really need an arena though if I'm doing this stuff. Static dynamic. Extra headers, authorization YouTube token. Nope, not this time. Catch. I guess we can return with a dedicated error code. I don't know. So in theory, with this, we should have tokens. Although we don't know exactly how. The response contains the following fields. I'm assuming in the... Yeah, actually, where? Where the fuck? As JSON data? I'm guessing in the body? Because previously we were getting this information by looking at the query of a response. Yep, we're looking at request head target. Now this is not like this anymore. So what do we get? Status. Oh, okay. So the body is going to be in my buff. So we need to look at buff and parse buff, I guess. We need to parse buff. I guess we can print buff for now. Wait, what am I doing? Is it's items. I guess. Palanix. Can you believe it? 014 is just 3 weeks away. Well, I mean, if you want to have a almost entirely faithful experience of what 014 will look like, you can get a copy of a build for Master Branch, and that will give you pretty much the same experience. So if you're really that excited, know that you can get access to it even without having to wait for the full release to happen. So that's what we do for now, and then return error dot. Okay, I don't know, just to return something, and it's fine. This is not fully implemented yet, then, but at least we're gonna see what's in there. Well, let's see if we build. Man, this tab that has that label there bug there was driving me nuts. Of course, you have build errors. What's going on? Allocator is not var. God damn it. Of course. Okay, before we get there, I guess we do this then. Specific 3 arguments found 2. True. Failure. Okay. An error occur while waiting for the outflow to complete. Okay. We got the okay failure case, which is yeah, kind of what we wanted. Let's see what we have in our you must be joking, dude. Really? So we didn't print anything? Like what the heck? We need to inspect res, I guess. So you know what? We need let's log some of all this stuff. So let's log what we requested. So let's do it by the book. And then we print the items. I guess I can run it here again now. So we expect to see in our logging some nicer information. Wait. Now what is going on? Oh, I'm calling Zig build, not Zig build run. Okay, so I can refresh this to obtain the same result. Ends with okay. What do we do here? Status not found. Let's see. HTTPS or Outlook API's token, client ID, redirect URI. Yeah, client secret, whatever. Run type authorization code. Code is whatever this is. Percentage 2. Maybe. But we got a status not found. That is so weird. Okay, let me try one thing. But I'm gonna change the code. This OAuth to Google APIs page can't be found. Is this? I guess that's where I need to go. Is the information in those docs stale? Like even the URL is stale? Really? So that would be accounts google.com OAuth v2. So first they ask auth. Yeah. So this is really this. But then this becomes this sometimes. And then you have token. Maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I'm sending a get and I need to send a post. You know what? I think this might be what's causing trouble. Yeah, maybe the post versus get stuff is meaningful. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Post it is. Oh, there we go. We got something different. Length required. Error 411 length required. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark 1. What? That's all we know. Post requests require a content length header. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god. There's no content length. Interesting. I don't know. I don't have a body. I'm putting everything in the URL. Hopefully that's okay. You know what? It might even be that I'm not allowed to put this stuff in the URL. Ooh. I guess worst case, I'm gonna place this stuff in the body. Okay, let's see. Let's see how that goes. Oh, there we go. Bad request. Error invalid grant. Invalid grant. Invalid grant. Okay. I need to make a new one. You know what? Okay, I'll do the workflow this time, like the full one, starting from this one. Yeah, it expired. So that was the problem. Okay. So like this, it succeeds. We get a status okay. And we get this body. Cool. Wait a second. Where's my motherfucking refresh token, dude? I'm getting an access token, not a refresh token. God fucking damn it. Do I need to create a different type of app? Is that it? Oh my god. Ooh. The values sent are from values, they are part of body. In that example, they were. But with these things, usually the rules are not super strict. As you can see, the system picks them up also from the URL without breaking a sweat. So there's no point in following everything super precisely when they allow this. You can do this too. It works. I see Zig should 10% all posts in RSS, and I have doubles. Oh, that is unfortunate. Bitwatcher, I'm sorry. Here's a question for you. Which RSS? The mailing list RSS or the website, the direct website RSS? I have two. Like, you can subscribe to the website directly or the mailing list. If you're talking about the mailing list, I have no control over that. I'm using a third-party service, and they have changed the system over time. Yeah, the button down one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Button down is has changed, and it used to be free, for example. Now I have to pay for it, and they changed a bunch of things. So they probably have changed something in how RSS gets generated, and now it's all garbled compared to what it was before. I'm sorry. Probably the reason why you didn't experience this before is because in the past, well, it's because I triggered this by sending a new one after the system updated. So yeah, sorry, like absolute zero control over it. The other one is just like zig.show/index.xml. It's like if you have an RSS reader that have any kind of capability to detect RSS feeds, just give it zig.show. It should work. Okay, so I'm thinking that it's my kind of application that is wrong. Let me double check. Did I do the offline thing wrong? So go back up. Response type code, scope, access type. Access underscore type offline. Oh, you know what? I didn't do underscore type. I forgot. And I just did access, did I? Yeah. By the way, it's also delicious how they just ignore query parameters that for them mean nothing. They don't give an error. They just ignore them. And that is fantastic. Okay, let's try again. I feel like we're getting there. We're finally at not the finish line. We're finally at the start line, because after this is done, that's when we finally can start implementing the solution. Son of a bitch. Where's my thing? Oh, it's already too late. We're now okay. Wait. Access underscore type offline. Am I typoing anything? Access underscore type equals offline. I think it's because I have the wrong type of application, I think. Like in the Google panel. Can I change its type? I'll create a new one. Oh, it just says web application. Oh, it doesn't even, right, it doesn't even distinguish between JavaScript and non-JavaScript, because it doesn't give a fuck about client secrets. I do get a client secret in here as well. So what is going on? Verification center. Okay. So this should be fine. Do I have something like insomnia? I don't. What's the new fancy like REST GUI client? So Postman became S, and then after Postman there was Insomnia, and then I think Insomnia also became S. Bought by Kong, man. Teams are back. Jesus Christ. Get started for free. It became a get started for free type of application. Like, what's the pricing even? Hobby 0 per users per month. Pro $12 users a month. What? Awesome API clients. Bruno, Yak, API Dash, Bloom RPC, Milkman, Insomnium, unmaintained, Pororoca, Nightingale for Windows, Requesty, Yak, download Yak. It does have pricing though. How does it work? Yeah, fuck it. Let's see how it goes. Oh, what? Yeah, okay. Don't ask for an account. Okay, thank you. Your request. Grant type authorization code. Invalid grant. So okay, new HTTP request. I guess we can do it like this. Let's do the first one, which is the top level one. Oops. Which is this guy. Although this one I need to perform in the browser necessarily. Yeah, so perform this in the browser. That sends me to localhost. I'm gonna copy this one. So then it gives me code and scope. I'm gonna copy the code. I'm gonna place it here. Invalid grant bad request. Why? That's actually what I got from here. Invalid grant bad request. Oh, you know why? Because it's probably it has already been consumed. That's the problem. Okay, the problem is this. It has already been consumed. So yes, I want to go here. I want to press that. But I want this to not be seen by Bork. Then I'm gonna paste it here. Then I'm gonna copy this. I think I'm doing a mess. Okay, and then it just gives me an access token. But it doesn't give me a refresh token, man. So it is observing that. It's just not wanting to give me a. It's just not willing to give me a refresh token. Is that it? This is. This is all so dumb. It. I'm following the instructions. I'm following the freaking instructions. I'm asking for an access type of offline. You know what? Let's read from the top. Maybe there's something else that I haven't done that needs to be done. I don't see anything that I don't know already. Maybe this is the issue. First time that your application exchanges an authorization code for tokens. The problem is that I am doing that. I'm making a request that gives me the authorization token, and then I am the authorization code, sorry. And then I am passing it to a URL where I request to exchange it for tokens. But so far, so the original request is this one. Response type equals code. Access type equals offline. And so with this, I'm starting to get a code instead of an access token. So I do that. And then I use that code and I pass it to this URL and I send a post request to this URL. So I'm sending a post. Where we print into that string the authentication code. And we even log this, right? We log the exchange URL. So it's this one, the access code exchange URL, which is this one. So client ID is there. Redirect URI is there, even though it's useless. Client secret is there. Grant type authorization code. And then the code. And so, and then I send the code. And the reply, and I do get a success, but the reply only contains an access token. And they do say that you will get a refresh token only if this is set to offline, but I did set it to offline and I'm not getting a refresh token. Like, I would expect that if I did something terribly wrong, grant type equals refresh token. That's not what they do here, though. They do grant type authorization code. You do grant type refresh token, I think, when you do refreshing an access token. You do grant type refresh token when you're asking to obtain a refresh token. And you have a refresh token. I don't even have a refresh token. So usually you put in your grant type what it is that you have. And in my case, I have an access code, or like, what do they call it? Access token? No, access code, I guess. Authorization code. I have an authorization code. I don't have an access token. I don't have a refresh token. I have an authentication code. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? Grant type equals authorization code. And then the code. Should I put the code before? Is it called code? It is called code. I mean, it makes sense. Otherwise, I would be getting an error. I wouldn't be getting a successful reply. I think your user is already authorized, so you are just getting new tokens each time until that authorization expires. I don't think, I mean, you know, with how these things work, who the fuck knows? Because this whole thing is implemented in a very lax way, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, let's say that an application dies and for some reason loses that information, and or like the data on disk is corrupted, or the user has just like formatted their system and like doing something new. To get a refresh token, the authorization request needs to have access token offline, not the token request. Let's see. The authorization request, you mean the first one? Oh, true. Have I been putting it in the wrong one? Am I dumb? I might be dumb. I am not dumb. So I am putting access type in the first thing. So this is the initial the initial request, the one that goes to auth, the one that the user has to open in a browser, and in here I have response type code, access type offline. So this has triggered a reply where I get a code, and pretty much that's it, because the other thing is like useless information. It's like it's the scope. So now I got a code. The code has already been picked up by bork, and now in the logs, well, I need to tail, and in the logs, it has done this request. Passing in the code that we were given, and that resulted in just an access token. Is that you didn't get the refresh token on the first authorization you sent, so you won't get it again until you have to reauthorize again. Okay, let's test this hypothesis. This seems possible. Let's see. I guess I can do this and like fail or something, or like log out somehow. Oh, there's like no way of saying just no. I guess I could try on another thing, like just on another account. What happens if I do that? Okay, so I used another account. Let's see what happened with that one. Oh yeah, that one does give me a refresh token. Okay, so slow kill, it seems that you were right. So because I was already authorizing the application, I had already authorized the application previously in the previous, I don't know, way. Now it wouldn't give me this. God fucking damn it, though. Okay. Okay, so it means that it is in here. How do I log myself out then? I guess I need to go into the settings of my account. I guess I need to do this on YouTube, maybe. Why does connected apps only mention some weird ass stuff that I'm not touching at all? How are you so good at Zig? My current level of competence using Zig is heavily influenced by the fact that I've been doing a lot of Zig for a while now. I guess it's in here. Okay. And then security. Oh, look, we found it. Okay. Yes. Woo. You can add prompt equals consent to read the authorization request if it's the first one. But would that also reset whatever internal mechanism was, just ignoring the fact that we changed method? Well, in any case, whatever, it's fine. So next is going to be then grabbing the refresh token and returning it. So that's going to be the token that we write down for YouTube. Although what we would want is not to return just that one, right? We will want to grab both the refresh token and the access token. We would need both, ideally. Okay, let's do this. So you have this reply. I guess we want to parse it as a type. So we want to do like const I don't know, payload equals try std.json dot parse leaky. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, it's parse from slice leaky. Type. I'm gonna fucking inline the type. I'm a terrorist. So it's gonna be access token expires in refresh token. Scope token type. Let's see the options, because I think there are some options that we can ignore, or rather they want to change, like duplicate field behavior. It's fine to error. Ignore unknown fields. We could turn that on and then omit fields that we don't care about. Allocate. We can change that to is needed. Let's see. Is alloc if needed. Yeah, so we want to just alloc if needed. That's fine. Yeah, let's keep it as is. Okay, so we have the payload now. And maybe that's not try. Let's just let's catch and print something better. Okay, so we have that info. And now we want to return both, basically. We want to return the refresh token and also the access token. Although, you know what, maybe what we want to do actually is we want to write down the refresh token and return the access token, but we are not in here. We are not the ones doing any writing, right? We are just handling a request. We return the value for somebody else to write. So we have to return both. Ah, man. So, okay, return. I think it has to be like this. .youtube. And then we do it like this, I think. Which means that we need to change the return type of this function to something more complicated. I guess we can call it token. There we go. Now we need to change the Twitch path to return a Twitch version of that. Okay. So this now makes sense. Now we need to have whoever calls this, which is this guy, this really gets maybe out, that returns. Also, interestingly, this is maybe out. When do we not return an out? This returns null. Or else continue. So this guy can return null, but I think there's a case where we just return null when we handle one request. I think it's fine. I think this is handling of like redirects or some other things that we don't care about. Oh yeah, like the browser asking for the fav icon or other kinds of similar stuff that we're happy to ignore. That makes sense. Okay. So this returns an out in whoever calls wait for token, which is here. This gets a token. Create token gets called per platform. Okay. So we have a path. And we were just writing down the token originally. Now we need to make this a little bit more nuanced depending on the platform. We need to do different things for Twitch and YouTube. So this is going to be like this. So we write down the refresh token. And then what we want to return in the end is what? Both, I guess. In the case of YouTube, you need both. You need the current access token and you also need the refresh token to refresh it. Stupid fucking YouTube, by the way. Complicating everything. Let's see. You can just ignore the refresh token until your API calls fail and reauth again. No, not in this case. Yeah, ignore my last message. Well, I'm writing a Twitch chat client, right? So I can't prompt the user like every hour. It's for live streamers, right? So you don't want, as a streamer, you want your chat here, but you don't want it to bother you, nag you every hour that it needs you to click a link. Like, what the heck? I've been doing Zig for some time now, but I'm not getting any good at it. Any advice? What have you been doing with it, proper bug? Like, give me an idea of the kind of development that you've been doing, and based on that, maybe I can give you some advice. In the meantime, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get something. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. By the way, we're making good progress. We finally solved the weirdly confusing part of this whole problem, the stuff that I didn't want to do yesterday, and now that we solved it, it's just a matter of wiring the information around in Bork so that it can reach the proper place. And then it can be used. That's the entirety of it, pretty much. Should be not too complicated. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Is this Zig, Go, or Rust? So it's definitely not Go because we have try. You don't have try in Go. Go was supposed to have try. I don't know if people remember, but there was the Go core team wanted to have try, but then the community didn't want try. They voted against the proposal, if you remember, which is weird because Go historically has always been just developed by the core team, kinda not worrying too much about what it is that the community wants or doesn't want. With all the good and bad that comes from that. But then for that one, they decided to defer to the community, and then the community said no, so they don't have try. And Rust doesn't have try either. They have, I believe, actually, what it is that they have. What do Rust people do for as that is comparable to try? Because I know that they have question mark. It's question mark, right? They have question mark, I believe, as a early return. Pattern matching. Well, we can switch on errors too. But try is the shortcut of saying, if there's an error, return the error. Otherwise, continue. I think for them it's question mark. But for us, question mark is another thing. So can't be Rust, can't be Go. Has to be Zig. Okay, let's see. I tried to make a calculator app and then a typing speed testing app similar to Monkey Type. And I want to next move onto a web server and particle simulations. Okay, so proper bug. So what you mentioned doesn't seem that bad. Seems nice stuff to work on. A web server, in my opinion, is boring as fuck. That said, you know what? You do what you like. So take everything that I say with a huge grain of salt. But a web server, I don't think is super interesting. Particle simulations, that does seem much more interesting, especially if you're doing some GUI development in Zig, so you learn some of that stuff. I heard from a reputable source that it's worth learning the Vulkan API. You decide if you want to consider that in scope or not in your exploration. That said, keep in mind that if you haven't done anything ever in terms of GUIs, like graphics, 3D rendering stuff, Vulkan is probably going to be like its own tiny rabbit hole. So you will have to spend some time learning the basics of Vulkan. Then what else? There's more maybe systems programming-ish stuff. I personally had a lot of I had a very good time working on a file format competitive. It's a JSON alternative basically, and I wrote for it a parser, a CLI tool, auto formatting, syntax checking, that kind of stuff, an LSP for it, and it was like a good adventure. Honestly, I don't know what else to suggest. Oh yeah, well, what I could suggest is take a look at one of those like prepackaged adventures, like crafting interpreters makes you write a language and an interpreter for it from scratch, and so you could do that in Zig. Related to particles, somewhat related to particle simulations. You have, for example, ray tracer in a weekend. I did recently this. No, I wrote Christos. And then the first thing he suggests is fucking SuperMD. When I have a repo that has the exact matching, this fucking browser. So, okay, the idea is this. It's a operating system in less than 1,000 lines of code. It's a book that you can find online for free. And it tells you how to write an OS from scratch. Just the very bare bone basics, like extremely bare bone basics. So like up to syscalls and virtual memory syscalls and user processes. That's up to where you go. This is all written in C. I did it in Zig, so I looked at the C code and then translated it to Zig. This was nice. this was a nice experience. So if you're interested in this stuff, there's also VODs in case you get stuck. If you want, you know what? I'll share a link. Oh, you've been watching that? Okay. So, I don't know. I don't know what else to suggest. Like, other than that, it helps. Like, variety helps. That's for sure. Okay, so we write down the refresh token. Then what do we do? So we say success, and then we return the token. Oh, this is beautiful. Yes, we return the token. Although now create token needs to be more complicated. So this token definition that I created down here, I'm gonna move it up top because we want these more public API also to have this. Also notice how we can say this even. Okay, and now we have to find who uses create token. What's going on here? Okay, so here this can be underscore, I guess. You know what? Const res, and then we do a debug log. There you go. So we need to find who calls create token. So we have Twitch/auth. Twitch/auth calls create token in two places. When you try to get a token, if it finds a file, tries to authenticate it. If it does not find a file, it tries to create one. Mm-hmm. Create token. Token file. Why here we return token, but up here it seems that we're returning a file? What the heck is going on here? Because we try to create token. And that, and that breaks, it doesn't break us to file, it breaks us to token. Right, so, well, if it's a file, then we open the file, we read it, blah, blah, blah. And so, okay, so that means that we need to do this, try auth create token. We need to do it like this. Okay, so this works. Then we need to worry about the authenticate token, maybe, although not really, because that's Twitch specific, right? Yeah, this is a Twitch specific thing. We don't care about it. Then we have YouTube auth. So we get a YouTube auth thing. So in this case here, what's in auth? Enable token chat ID optional. Now this has to be more complicated. This has to be access token, and then refresh token. And then we also need to like the expiry seconds, expires at. We have the Google auth also repeated here. Where do we use it? In authenticate token. Oh, we call find live. So the YouTube authentication is not a real YouTube authentication, it's just a find live. Oh, that's interesting. So what does find live do? Well, okay, the calls stuff, returns invalid token. Okay, it's not a loop, it's like just a single test. Okay. Why is the allocator part of the STD? Why is the allocator part of the STD? Is this like a reference type? I'm not sure, Rizbaz. I understand your question 100%. I'm going to try to answer. If you think that my answer doesn't really match your question, then please ask, provide me with more details. I'll so that I will be able to give a better answer. So why are allocators part of the standard library? They are part of the standard library. I mean the STD mem allocator. Okay, STD mem allocator is an interface. So it's an interface type. I guess if you're knowledgeable in Rust, then I guess the closest thing to that would be a trait in Rust, I think. So a dynamic trait specifically, because allocator is also a runtime polymorphic interface. So it's a dynamic trait definition that just happens, I don't know, it's placed in stdmem. And every time you create a concrete implementation of an allocator, because you could have different implementations of allocators that internally work in different ways. And yeah. And so allocator, the interface is what functions declare that they accept. And whenever you have a concrete implementation, then you in Zig you have to manually obtain, like request an interface out of a concrete type. You don't have automatic coercion. Actually, I don't know if you do guys have that in Rust or not, but in Zig you definitely have to ask that explicitly. And that's kind of it. So it's just like it's an interface for a bunch of different concrete implementations of allocator. Let me know if you want to know more about this topic, and if so, what specifically. Okay, now we have to change a bunch of assumptions, I think. So yeah, now a YouTube token needs to have more stuff in it. It's not just token, it's refresh token, access token, and stuff. So I think the idea is that if we have and then we call authenticate token. Huh. And then authenticate token is what returns everything. Okay, there's a few different combinations that we need to account for, but I think nothing too crazy. So we want to get a token. We try to read it from a file. If we fail, we call auth create token. That will get us a refresh token, but also a auth token. And so that gets saved in here. And that is awesome. And that means that then if we go and call authenticate token, actually in this case, authenticate token is not really authenticating the token. It's more than anything else, figuring out what is our current live, current open YouTube channel, which might also be, it's optional. So it might be nothing. This can return null. So, okay. The problem is this, we read the file is actually there, and it only contains a refresh token, because when we read this, what we obtain here is not a token, it's just a refresh token. So here we have a refresh token, but we don't have a auth token. What does that mean? That means that we need to call, we need to do the work to go from a refresh token to, we need to use the refresh token to get another access token, right? So this is where the refresh stuff happens. But also, I think that the refresh stuff is we're gonna need to call the refresh stuff occasionally other times. So we do want to put that into a function. So pub function refresh token, I guess, and you pass in a refresh token, I guess. And that returns a token. Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of want the type that this guy returns. Right. More specifically, I want the YouTube kind. This type is overly generic. Now let's make another type. Actually, you know what? Wait, a refresh token. Wait, doesn't return both. It just returns the access token. I'm dumb. This guy just needs to return an access token, and I guess it's expiry time. Okay, so yeah, something like this. And obviously, either that or an error. Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, let's go and do that. We have a refresh token. Let's make good use of it, right? So that means that we need the Google refresh whatever URL place somewhere. So Google refresh, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna maybe move it down here. So we need to learn how that works. We're gonna need a GPA also, because we're gonna need to allocate some memory. Then we need to set this URL to what it actually needs to be. You know what though? Before implementing this, let's finish the data flow stuff in the rest of the application. So just so that we make sure that we are not fucking it up royally. So the idea is, in the case that we did not call create token, in the case that we did get the file, we got a refresh token, and then we call refresh token GPA refresh token. And then when we want to break is with this. This type token here, because it's being inherited from this. Refresh access token. You also need to put this here. Okay, and that way we have a unified interface. So that means the authenticate token needs to have a OAuth token. It's kind of like this .youtube. You know what? Let's go do that. I could have done that earlier also. Pub const YouTube. Basically, instead of making it like an inline type definition, I'm just gonna put it into its own separate type. Everybody's happy. Now I can refer to it this way. Frankly, at this point, you know what? I could not have this type. I could have this type return a OAuth token YouTube. Here we can put a comma so that we have vertical alignment. And then this guy, you know what? This guy is, instead we make it like this. Man, this is so much better. So that means that then we break with that. Authenticate token returns an auth. Takes a token, returns an auth. Yeah. And the token is the same that gets passed in. That's awesome, actually. And it just sets everything else. Okay, what we're missing is refresh token now. So the idea is, yeah, here we call refresh token. We need to try a refresh token. Yeah, fucking perfect, man. Okay, refresh token. Here we do what we need to do. Here we do what we need to do. Tell me, YouTube, what is it that we need to do? Remind me. Refreshing. So we post to token, we slightly change these guys. Okay, that seems good to me. So I'm gonna go in OAuth. I'm gonna copy these. Google refresh. So grant type. Refresh token. This is the refresh token parameter. Everything else I think is the same, right? Client ID, current secret, current type, refresh token. Oh, there's no redirect URI, right? Because it didn't even make any fucking sense in the other one. So this is even better. So okay, client ID, client secret, grant type, refresh token, refresh token. Delightful. And that gives me a new access token. Also needs a GPA. Oh, we do pass it in a GPA. Cool. So now I think I can actually steal a bunch of code from here because it's pretty much what I was already doing. Not a lot of difference. We make a temporary arena out of GPA. We create a client that uses the arena as an allocator. We access exchange URL. This is gonna be refresh URL. We pass in the refresh token. Then that's the URL that we post to. Make sure to set content length to 0, otherwise the fucking server goes insane. YouTube refresh token failed. We don't have log. Okay. YouTube token refresh. Then we have payload. The payload has different things, right? It has access token, expires in scope token type. So token type is scope, expires in access token. So not refresh token. Error while parsing YouTube. Token refresh payload. Add YouTube refresh data. Okay, and then we want to return basically return the refresh token that you gave me. The access token that we found. And then expires at second. That requires some math, which we also didn't do on the other side. So expires at second is, so what we get from them is in how many seconds is going to expire. In our case, we want to basically turn that into like an absolute date. So basically we want to do time now, like std time.now or timestamp. Is that in seconds? Let's see. Get the calendar timestamp in seconds relative to. Yes. So we get timestamp and then we add to this bad boy payload.expires in. And then we turn that into a usize. Or you know what? I said usize, but at that point, at this point, since timestamp is a I64, then I guess we want to turn this type into an I64. Go to definition, turn it into an I64, whatever. So we have fewer conversions going around. That's it. Like this is really it. So as we return, oh wait, no, almost. We need to dupe this guy. Otherwise, yeah, we need to be careful about memory. So refresh token is given to us, but these all these like webby stuff, we're placing it in an arena that we plan to obliterate as we return. So nothing will survive, and so the string needs to be duped out of it. Let's double check that we do that correctly also on the other side, and also let's implement expires at seconds because we did not implement that on the other side. So let's go into our initial workflow and let's double check it. So this is where we are exchanging a code with the other thing. Out of curiosity, what allocators are we using? Where is code stored? Request head target. Yeah, code is stored in a arena. So, well, not this arena, another arena above us, I think. Go to references, right? This is a web thingy. Oh, we have a read buffer even. Okay, so yeah, there you go. We have an 8K read buffer. Okay. So as I was saying, I copy all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, look at this guy. So try gpa.dupe. Gotta dupe this guy. Gotta dupe this other guy. And then expires at seconds. SD timestamp plus payload expires in. There you go. And with this we did everything. So if we didn't mess up royally, then the main workflow should be done. Get returns an auth that contains token. Now there's a bunch of places in the code base for sure where we have outdated usage of this API. Incompatible types, I64 and usize. Oh, come on. You know what? I can define expires in as an I64. Guess what? There you go. And also in refresh token, expires in. There you go. Now the types are compatible. Let's see. Accepted type blah blah blah. Found blah blah blah. OAuth 163. Right, because wait for token returns that. Now wait for token returns a token, I guess. Yeah, there we go. And now we need to fix a bunch of usages all around. So Twitch auth 37. Actually, wait. New token dot Twitch. Okay. Incompatible types token and network YouTube auth get struct something something. $17. Oh, yeah. Fair. Next. YouTube auth 65. Wait, I have it. What is it's live? Is it live chat? Yeah. So all token YouTube. This return makes no sense. This is so fucking lead. Oh well, we'll see about that if I ever turn on local again ever. HTTP client. I'm not using local test. I haven't used local testing in like ages. Yeah, you know what? Let's just remove it. This stuff makes no sense anymore. So Go to references. Where am I using the token? Yeah, token dot. What are we doing? We're trying to find live. So we want to use token dot access token. I guess we can rename these things from token, access token, refresh token to access and refresh. That is not a bad idea. Oh, well. Okay, more. You know what? I'm going to do it. Oh, actually, this guy returns already everything correctly set, right? Yeah. So, yeah, this is actually like this. YouTube out 38, 38. New token is strike rate token. Yeah. Missing start field token. Right, I was giving like default values to these guys. I need that, I think, for serialization purposes. Maybe. Actually, yeah, you know what? I'm actually not sure. Why was I doing this? Let's go investigate a little bit. Who wants a default value for this field and why? This is in main 116. I see we're saying, well, if we don't have YouTube enabled, then what the heck do we do? Okay, I get it. I'm gonna put undefined there. Okay, let's see. Expected type, constitute found. Weird shit. Live chat 72. Authorization and auth dot YouTube right dot token dot access. Here we want the access token. Holy shit, that was it. Hey, Rocco Rager, hello. Okay, so this was it. Now we're missing one crucial piece of functionality, right? We're missing the key thing, which is refreshing the freaking token. So the way we want to refresh the token, in my opinion, is we do that preemptively. We do not wait for it to fail, because failure could be, it's going to be hard for us to distinguish between a failure that is triggered by the token being having expired versus other things. So I want to avoid that. So let's just, every loop, basically every loop, we we ask ourselves. So here's how we do it. If sd.time.timestamp if timestamp is greater than, I guess we can do subtraction, right? We can subtract expires at minus timestamp. So we, let's do like a delta. How much is remaining? So we can try n.auth.youtube. You know what? Let's do this. Const token equals n.auth YouTube token, so that we stop having to use super long namespaces. So if we do token.expires at seconds minus our timestamp, let's do minus pipe. You never know. So if it expires at minus timestamp, and that gives us, returns us less than what? 10 minutes, let's say. So 10 minutes, that would be 60 times 10. So if it's less than 10 minutes, then we refresh. And I think it can be done this way. We copy it outside, we make it mutable, and then we do this. And then elsewhere, we look at token. That way. And we need to get access to auth, because we don't have the, we have auth. Is this a thing? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. You have greater than. Have I? If you're right. So if the subtraction yields us a number lower than 10 minutes, then we refresh the token. This needs a try, probably. Expected two arguments found one. Oh, yeah. So refresh token wants a GPA, right? Because it makes its own arena. It's just unfortunate, because we could give it our arena and it would be fine. But it's okay. moment of truth, I guess. Bad YouTube out data. What? Really? This son of a bitch is once more not giving me a refresh token. So somebody was mentioning that there's another argument that we can pass to force it to make it like a first time thing. Maybe that's what we should pass. But like this drives me insane. Really? If there's something that goes wrong at some point in time, the user deletes their saved tokens or something, really? We can't obtain a new refresh token anymore? Why is that not what you would expect? Because if an application needs a refresh token and one was requested at a point in time, but then something goes wrong, like your power, you lose power to your computer and the refresh token cannot be saved, then now this application is in a broken state. And there is no way for me to unblock its current broken state without having the user go into their profile on YouTube and like disconnect the application. That is weird as fuck. Things can go wrong. Like you can have a problem that prevents you from that causes you to lose the refresh token, and then they don't give it to you anymore. So let me try with that other setting. Hopefully that extra flag will make this work, because otherwise it's so damn stupid. Like it becomes super fragile, and there is no acceptable like way out of it for the application developer or the user in a sense. There is one way out, thankfully. You can still go to your profile and unblock it there, but it's weird. So what was I saying? Auth. And then in here we were talking about adding some other thing. What does minus pipe does? It's saturating subtraction. It means that if the number is unsigned, for example, meaning that the minimum value that it can represent is 0, if you do 0 minus pipe 7, or like let's say that you have 5, it's a usize variable, or like a u32 variable has value 5, and you do minus pipe 10, then the result is going to be 0, because it stops at the minimum value. It doesn't do wraparound, it doesn't do anything, like it doesn't error out. All it does is like go to the minimum value possible, and that's it. Prompt equals consent. Let's try. Yeah, it worked. Thank you. Oh, but then something else borked afterwards. YouTube access code exchange result. What is going on now? Bad YouTube auth data. So we got the code. Invalid grant. Okay, but because we did that already once, I expected more logging. Let's add more logging. Yeah, we're not logging in here. Although, you know what? The fact that nothing happened, it means that everything succeeded, right? It means that we did have the refresh token and we did return. Okay, so something else is borked. Yeah, something else borked elsewhere. What happened? Do we need the debugger maybe at this point? A debugger would be nice, huh? Okay, so who's calling this guy? And the request, wait for token, OAuth, platform, write down both cases, return token. Who calls create token? It's going to be YouTube get, right? YouTube auth get. It's going to call create token. Is it refresh token that has trouble? Let me think about it for a moment. No, it's authenticate token. Maybe they had trouble. We do SD debug print YouTube auth. And we call find live. But this guy did not error out at all. Let's do some logging. Oh, we do have live chat. Okay. Do we log anything in here? We don't. Okay, so let's do that. Yeah, let's put it that way. Then we go in logging and we enable OAuth. Oh, wait, this is the opposite. Oh, different than OAuth. Right, no. And scope different than dot. Okay, so that way we should have all that logging. Let's see if we build. You're showing secrets on stream. You're going to revoke them after. The only scope that you have from these things is read-only access from the YouTube API. There's nothing interesting in there in a test application. But yeah, I'm going to revoke this shit. Like, there's nothing particularly interesting that you can do with this stuff. Okay, so YouTube auth failed. What happened? So I think the problem is that I don't expect this to happen. Let's look at the YouTube token. This token looks... Actually, I'm not sure if it's right or wrong. I'm not sure if that thing is a authentication code. Am I saving the authentication code? Could I be doing that? I don't think so, but let's double check. Code. You know, let's log this. Yeah, no, I'm writing the refresh token. So that should be fine. What did I do wrong? Formatting. Is this it? Handle request 235 in or out. Oh, yeah. Naughty me. Yeah, so you do YouTube out fails. Also, yeah, also the browser was trying to refresh a page for no reason. Okay, more stuff happened, but wait a second. I'm seeing too much stuff. Let me try this again. Because we have a refresh token. Right. And the correct thing, the thing that we see is YouTube refresh token, status okay. But then we fail somehow? Let's go check out our refresh shit. Refresh token is not being good, I think. YT out. We log this, but we don't log the payload. Okay, let's log that. And let's see what happens. Yeah, we get the access token, man. Why are you complaining? It's complaining for no fucking reason. Okay, let's see. Data, access token, expires in, scope, token type. So we return from refresh token. And that gets us here. And I guess this is where we fail in authenticate token. And in fact, we didn't see this. Token.access. Let's check that this is okay. Broadcast URL should be fine. I don't think it needs anything else from us. Okay, let's see what happens now. So yeah, we do token access, but then the request fails somehow. Oh, I bet you. I bet you that is that quota thing that I was getting errors about. I think somehow I depleted my quota or something. let's see, broadcast API error. And I bet you that we're going to see a complaint about quota. No, it's a different one. Unauthenticated credential missing. What? This API was working earlier on its own. What's going on? At least I thought. Maybe it never did. Huh. Could it be that he expects the token to be bearer token? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, fuck. Yes, it does. It totally does. Ah, man, it totally does. It totally does. Great catch. Yes, that's entirely the entirety of it. Because previously we were formatting a bearer into it. Now we don't do that anymore. But we should. When we create this thing the first time, or I guess every time we get access to an access token, instead of duping, we should print it. So we dupe the refresh, but we print the access token. Yeah, great catch. What do you want from me? Expected allocator found bearer. Oh, allocator is the first parameter. I forgot. That makes sense. There we go. So in theory, we got it. And in theory, it should not be a problem. So now we should have YouTube for real, not as a joke. Huh. I guess the only way to know for sure is, do we have any logging that tells us when we are refreshing a token? Oh, and then there's also some quota exceeded thing that I'm getting from live chat. This is actually really weird because like, what does that even mean? It gives me the initial thing. Let me try test. So it gives me the initial message, but then it doesn't, but then it refuses to give me subsequent ones because of some quota concept. Also, does that mean that I can't have users use the bork application on YouTube because then they're gonna deplete its quota right away? That would make no sense. Hopefully this is like the fact that I depleted my quota for testing. Hopefully. I don't get it. I don't get why YouTube is so ass. So I guess what I'm gonna do then is kind of stop here with the YouTube stuff. I think we did what we could. Probably it's better to wait for this to be done, like for this to go away. And maybe, I don't know, hopefully tomorrow I will not be, my quota will have be reset or something. Let's see. Understanding quota in V3 from Google for developers. What better than this? Hmm. Wait. Let's go take a look. So, how old is this video? 10 years ago. What are the chances that that piece of functionality is still online? What are the chances? Holy shit. But is this it? I think this is going to another account. Yeah, switch to your project. Good question. Select the project. Oh, there we go. Reap. How did I consume this much though? Today. Like how? What did I do wrong? Yeah, okay, you told me already. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, yes. Yes, please, 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 please. Bro, so the queries per minute is like 1,800,000, but per day is 10K. How does that make any fucking sense? What? Edit quota. I have to apply for higher quota. But how did I spend it? It doesn't have any more granularity tracking, does it? Oh, wait, show usage chart. Yeah, that's what I was looking at before. What is this? More chart options, download, PNG. Oh god. Just queries per day, that's it. I'm not sure I get it. I'm not sure I get it. In cloud login, you should be able to find all the API requests made in the project. Which YouTube API were you calling? Listing active broadcasts and obtaining chat entries. That's it. Hmm. It doesn't seem to have anything in it. Yeah, I just see a bunch of zeros. So something like channels list costs 1, and then comments list costs 1. I don't insert comments. I can't modify them. I don't do anything else. I don't see broadcast, so I don't know how does that one work. But yeah, it's like it's very cheap shit. So you know what I'm thinking? The only thing that it could be is maybe that I have like this loop that doesn't sleep as long as I expected it would in live chat. Maybe my loop doesn't sleep enough. Let's take a look if I do something dumb. No, because polling interval millis is in milliseconds. I multiply that by the numbers of nanoseconds per millisecond, and that's how much I sleep. So I am sleeping according to their desires. And in fact, if I didn't, like, I think now that I'm thinking about it, if I bombarded Google with those requests, it would probably start erroring out and telling me that I'm requesting things too quickly, which I never seen. So I don't know, man. I do not know, man. Yeah, just some extra logging. So I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. This YouTube stuff, man, really, really made me lose. I don't know, momentum, happiness in my life. This is, oh my god, this stuff. It is so fucking annoying and broken all the goddamn time. You know what? Wait. No, reopen. Control Z. You know what? I'm going to keep this one around. I'm going to pin it. So tomorrow we'll see how we're doing. And if we're still going over our quota or not. And I guess we'll see. And yeah, I guess that's it. So here's another thing that I want to attempt, but I don't think I'm going to attempt it now. I think I'm going to stop the stream here, and then I'm going to attempt the other thing tomorrow. And this is the idea. So I am moving from my entirely native code for rendering bork in the terminal to using libvaxis. Sorry. The temptation to separate the V from the rest of the word is too strong. I can't stop myself. So I'm moving to libvaxis. One reason, the main reason why I'm moving to libvaxis is because libvaxis is multi-platform in a way that my code isn't, and in a way that I did not want my code to be, in a sense that I did not want to code Windows-specific stuff for it. But I wouldn't hate having Windows support. So what libvaxis is doing is taking care of that chore for me, and I'm happy about it. But then libvaxis has its own system for rendering to the terminal that is somewhat incompatible with what I need to do with bork, in the sense that to implement bork entirely using libvaxis semantics, I either go the full, very high-level route of basically treating every single message in chat as like a object inside of a retain mode GUI application where every single thing has its own like behaviors, etc., which I could do, and probably it would be a path towards potentially very fancy mouse interactions. Or alternatively, I could avoid doing that and just go for a more lower level API. The problem is that what we've seen yesterday, the lower level API of libvaxis does a lot of heavy lifting, but it's still not it's not a perfect fit for what my chat application needs to be. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is that I really like the insight that I gained when writing bork, when I realized that rendering part of a terminal UI can be done to a string, meaning that like libvaxis and also other similar applications, they offer you a virtual grid of cells. And then you can operate on that grid of cells and do things to it, which is great if that's what you need. But in my case, that way of looking at things has a ton of overhead, and it is not what I need. Rendering something partially into a string was the perfect hack for bork. So I don't want to lose this. So what I'm thinking is this: keep libvaxis for dealing with the terminal in a graceful way, detecting features, querying for terminal size, all those kinds of things that I did not implement well, and that I'm happy to have a dependency do for me. But then what I'm thinking is that for rendering, we don't use any libvax's primitive, and instead we output our escape codes. Because as far as I understand, as I understand, that's not a problem, right? Or rather, I need to be careful if I want to do, what can I say? Like, be a good citizen and not try to use terminal APIs that the terminal escape codes that the terminal doesn't support. And then I still want to use your string width function so that I can get from you terminal specific with string width knowledge instead of using directly ZG. But then I keep my previous approach of rendering messages, because that one, at the end of the day, like, I felt like it was very natural, and in a sense, like, those kinds of things where you are basically tearing down an abstraction a little bit. I don't think about rendering as a rendering to a grid to cell anymore. I think about it as just strings, because that's what you're doing. You're rendering a message means turning it into a string, basically, that has escape codes in it. So yeah, you should be able to use it completely for input and event handling with your own rendering logic. Yeah, that's what that's basically my plan right now. Yeah, because it seems that like the API at the end has the call to render whatever in-memory thing we created, right, to the TTY, and then basically what I can do is just render things myself directly to the TTY, and that's it, like I was doing before, in a sense. So hopefully that should work. And then, if that works, it means that porting the old logic to the new system should be super easy, because we're going to be able to mostly keep it the same. Modulo the fact that the old implementation had a couple of bugs. I mean, as I remember that originally it worked very well. Then I introduced some new features that regress some other things. So we're going to need to fix those ones. But once we fix those ones, I think that's going to be my favorite place to be. Yeah, I also think that it should be super easy. Also because I think that my rendering code didn't really rely on features like, wrapping mode in the terminal. So like, even if that for some reason it's not available in some freaking terminal, there shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. And I think that on the other hand, there's another aspect where I think that libvaxes could be really useful. And by that, I mean the higher level APIs, because I have a initial setup procedure for bork, where initially I ask you questions, I ask you to provide information, and that part was always a little bit janky. And I think that maybe it would totally be nice if I could implement that using maybe even the higher level API of libvaxes. So, because in that part, performance is not critical at all. It's just like the initial setup phase. So yeah, should be fun. Okay, so I'm gonna stop here, and I don't freaking know. How is it possible that my quota is this small? Man. What does it entail to apply for higher quota? Your business, your API client, or your client's access and usage of YouTube API services. Huh. Google representative email address. Have you undergone an audit since June 2019? Bro, I just want to be able to call your stupid goddamn functions like a couple more times. a day. I would call it a creator tool. Oh well, we'll see. Anyway, anybody else streaming? Let me see. I think you have something calling the API more than you realize. It could be. It could be. But at the same time, if I did, yeah, I don't know. But there's a good point. You know what? I should probably add logging. Every time I make an API call, I should add some logging in front of it so that we double check precisely whenever we do that. But in any case, this will have to wait tomorrow, right? Because we need to wait for this stupid thing to reset. So, well, thank you all. And let's see. C++. I'm not going to send you to C++. C++ again. Oh, no. Yeah, you know what? I think this is it. I'm not going to raid.